Good morning, Butler County Fair fans. I am your 2020 Butler County Fair Queen, Christiana Bright, and we are just getting ready to start the beef show as our bottle calves come in. Before we start, though, I have to start the day with a little joke. So, what do you call a cow with no legs? Thanks, Sharon. Thank you for tuning in today at the Butler County Fair, and we are excited for today. For social distancing reasons, please stay at least a cow length apart. I'll hand the mic to Brooklyn Wicks as she starts the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. Good job.
We will do 2 classes of bucket bottle. Entering the ring for our first class is Matthew Niehaus, Kyle Niehaus, you may go on in. Stop right here. JC Sherman, Tate Harris, Mason Johnson, Harper Swanson, Lindy Fleschner, okay, and our last one is Blakely Sowers.
There we go. All right, folks. We got, who's here, Maddie?
Matthew.
Matthew, and your calf's name is?
Ryan.
Ryan? I thought you just said it's Cookie.
That's my calf's name.
Oh, you're Matthew Ryan? Okay. Can you tell us about your calf?
He eats grain, we give him grass, we give him bedding, we gave him bottles.
Thank you, Matthew. Sounds like you're doing a good job. Let's give Matthew a big round of applause with Cookie. How are you, sir? What's your name?
Kyle.
And what's your calf's name?
Brownie.
Kyle, what's Brownie like to do for fun? How about this? What do you like to do for fun?
Show calves.
Good answer, buddy. Nice job. Howdy, ma'am. What's your name?
JC Sherman.
Hi, JC. And what's your calf's name?
Bucky.
Bucky. Why is it a boy or girl?
A boy.
And why'd you name him Bucky?
Because he's really crazy.
You're doing a good job with him right now. You get him a pep talk before you come in the ring?
The only reason he's being good is because he's with other calves.
With other calves. That's a good answer. Thank you, JC. How are you, sir?
Good.
Can you tell us your name and your calf's name?
My name is Tate, and my calf's name is Bailey.
Bagley? How'd you come up with that name?
I didn't.
You didn't? Who named it?
My mom.
Your mom. That's a pretty big responsibility that you let her have. Do you have any other calves that you've named?
Coco.
Coco? Gotcha. Your calf looks good. How much grain do you think your calf eats a day?
1 scoop.
1 scoop of grain. Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Young man, can you tell me your name and your calf's name?
Mason and Bolt.
I gotcha. You know, I like calves with a little white on their face, those kind of Simmental influence. Can you tell me a little bit about your calf?
He likes to he likes to run.
He likes to moo.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you a hard time. You're doing a good job with him. He's pretty big. Do you think he weighs more than you?
Yeah.
How much do you think he weighs?
I don't know.
How much do you think I weigh?
I don't know.
Do you think the calf weighs more than me?
I don't know.
Good answer. Thank you, sir. Howdy, young lady. How are you?
Good.
Can you tell us your name and your calf's name?
My name is Harper and my calf's name is Paisley.
Thank you, Harper and Paisley. How old do you think your calf is?
March 1st.
March 1st. Awesome. That's a nice looking calf. You're doing a good job, Harper. Thank you. How are you, ma'am?
Good.
Can you tell us your first name and your calf's name?
Lindy and Ella.
Lindy and Ella? All right. Where are you from, Lindy?
Allison.
You're from Allison. Okay. So when did you come to the fair? Did you come just this morning?
Yeah.
And how'd your calf like the ride in?
I don't know. She was in the trailer.
You didn't ride with her?
Front seat with my dad.
Oh, okay. Probably a good choice. Have you ever ridden in a trailer?
No.
That's probably a good choice, too. Thank you, Lindy. How are you, ma'am?
Good.
Can you tell us your first name and your calf's name?
My name's Blakely and my cow's name's Lewis.
Lewis? How'd you name him Lewis?
I don't know.
You just like the name? Your calf is almost as tall as you are. What are you planning to do with your calf here?
Yeah.
Just kind of grow them and keep feeding them? Well, very good. I like your pink halter. Folks, can you guys go ahead and give all these kids a big round of applause? All right, Matthew, you want to take them a big loop around here so everybody can see? Everybody just kind of follow single files. That work? Just stay along the outside and make one big loop, all right?
I'll take it. Yeah. Okay. Please would our breeding beef Angus start up for the arena? Breeding beef Angus. Entering the ring for our second bucket bottle class is Drew Stickley. Faith Eberline. What? Yep, you still. Harper Sowers. Anna Maiman. Keep going, Anna, all the way. Lily Wedeking. Brody Wedeking. Zach Helmke. Matt Helmke.
Keep going, Matt.
Stop right here. Emmett Lovern. Angus breeding beef and heifer, would you please make your way up to the show arena?
How are you, sir?
Good.
Can you tell us your name and your calf's name?
Drew.
Drew, and what's your calf's name?
Summer.
Summer. Did I see that on the calf's ear tag?
Yep.
Do you do that like, and so in case your calf or you get lost, you just know which one's yours?
Yep.
That's a good idea. I like that. Do you know how old your calf Summer is? Sorry, it's been an early morning. How old is your calf Summer?
May 2nd.
May 1st or 2nd? It's the 2nd? Okay. All right. And Summer, does she kind of have some Hereford in her?
Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you get Summer?
From my grandma's farm.
Your grandma's farm? Excellent. Well, you better thank your grandparents for helping you out there. That's a nice looking project, Drew. Thank you, sir. How are you, ma'am?
Good.
Can you tell us your first name and your calf's first name?
My name is Faith, and my calf's name is Bailey.
Bailey. Do you guys have the same last name?
Sure.
Are you guys related?
Sure.
Okay, that's good. How much do you think your calf weighs?
292.
And is that more or less than I weigh?
Less.
Careful. Did you say, I'm going to go to the next person? No, good job. Thank you. How are you, young lady?
Good.
Can you tell us your first name?
Harper.
And Harper, could you tell us a little bit about your calf, like its name and what it likes to do for fun?
Well, his name's Beef Nugget, and
Did you say beef nugget? I like that.
and he likes it when my little brother rides him, and when we can run over in the grass, and he likes to eat.
So your little brother rides beef nugget? Really? Like 8 seconds or how long?
It depends.
It just depends. So are you training him to be like a bucking bull?
No.
No, you just like a horse basically riding.
Nah.
Okay, well, I think Beef Nugget has a bright future. Thank you, young lady. How are you?
Good.
Can you tell us your name?
Anna.
Anna. That's my sister's name. Did you know that? Anna, can you tell us your calf's name?
Collie.
It's Carly? Is that what's on her ear tag? Let me tell you what, my sister was younger than me, but I think you're doing a really good job showing compared to her. I used to have to get after her a little bit. You're doing a really nice job. I want to thank you for that. What does Carly like to eat?
Hay.
Hay. Anything else?
Just other feeds.
What do you like to eat?
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti? My daughter likes to eat spaghetti. She's too little to even ride cows yet, but maybe in a couple years when Beef Nugget hits the pro circuit, we'll get her out there. What do you think? Thank you, Anna. How are you, young lady?
Good.
Can you tell me your name?
Lily.
Lily? Lily, what's your calf's name?
Wilbert.
How'd you name Wilbert?
Just got the name.
Just got the name? He looks good. What do you think he weighs?
200 or something.
200 or something? Yeah. How, is he done off the bottle now? Is he weaned?
Yeah.
Okay. So how much grain does he eat, or does he mostly eat hay and grass?
He eats calf starter, and that's 2 cups.
2 cups of calf starter. He's a good-looking calf. Thank you, ma'am. How are you, sir?
Good.
Do you know this girl? Like, really well?
It's my sister.
Oh, it is? Okay. All right, come here. I'm going to whisper. Who has the better calf?
Me.
Good answer. What's your calf's name?
Zeke.
It's what?
Zeke.
Zeke. Is that the ear tag? Are these calves related just like you two are related?
Mm-hmm. They are? I guess.
Okay, we have some discrepancy there. All right. But did they stay in the same barn?
No.
You have separate barns for your separate calves?
No.
All right, all right. We'll figure that out later. Thank you, buddy. How are you, sir?
Good.
Can you tell me your name?
Zach.
Zach? Zach, what's your calf's name?
Bighorn.
Bighorn? Is that... I don't see any horns. Are they still coming in? I gotcha. I gotcha. How big do you think Bighorn's horns are going to get?
I don't know.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if Bighorn's going to get very big horns, but I bet if you keep feeding them hard, they might come in. What do you think?
Maybe.
Maybe. Thanks, buddy. How are you, sir?
Good.
Can you tell me your name?
Matt.
Matt? Matt, what's your calf's name?
Gunner.
Gutter? And tell me a little bit about Gutter.
Gunner.
Gunner? Oh, sorry. Gunner. Tell me about Gunner.
He likes to run.
He likes to run. Is he pretty fast?
He's really fast.
Faster than you?
Almost.
Maybe we could let him loose and... No, I'm just kidding. You guys could race later. How about that? You think? Maybe? All right. Thanks, buddy. How are you, sir?
Good.
Can you tell me a little bit about yourself and your calf? What's your name?
Emmett.
You're Emmett, and what's your calf's name?
Sophia.
Sophia? Tell me a little bit about Sophia. What's she like to do?
Eat.
She likes to eat? Do you like to eat?
Yeah.
What do you like to eat?
Pizza.
Me too. Guess what? I've had pizza like the last 6 meals because that's all my daughter wants to eat. Breakfast pizza, lunch pizza, snack pizza. What's your favorite kind?
Bacon.
Bacon pizza? That a boy. That a boy. I like pizza too, man. Sophie looks good, bud. Folks, can we give all these kids a big round of applause? Hey, Drew, do you want to take your calf for a couple big loops around? Everybody will follow them, all right? Stay along the outside and make a couple big laps.
This is a call for the Polled Hereford and the Maintainer class. This is a call for the Polled Hereford and the Maintainer class. Will they please bring their livestock to the show arena? We are now starting the breeding beef section of our show with the Angus class. Entering the ring is Dawson Barnett, Colton Harkin, and Avery Harris. Lining up is our Hereford class, followed by our pulled Hereford class.
Folks, as we settle into our first class of heifers in the breeding show, have a nice trio of Angus females out here. There's some differences and a little difference in age, but some differences in type and kind, and I think you could mix these three up. I think all three are good cow prospects, but start breaking down some details. The young lady that's going to go ahead and win this class, in my opinion, just has maybe the fresh heifer that's real refined and attractive through her front 1/3. Maybe not perfect. She's obviously fighting the halter a little bit. Would like to relax her a nickel right behind her shoulder, and she sets down comfortably in her top line and gets out and goes that way. But I still think she has enough rib shape and design there, fills her tracks, and I think she just read the nicest when that young lady did get her stopped and stuck there. So I thought she was a nice place to start with some extra show ring eye appeal. When this young man brings his female out next, she's really nice at the stand as well, balances up really well. A little lighter based heifer, but maybe kind of gets outside herself. I think she's really square from hock to ground when she's parked, but maybe just wants to labor off either end. I'd like to just make her more flexible there in her joints and just make her more comfortable when pulled to lead. And I think you could just freshen her up in the top of her neck, and I think she'd easily be the place to start. Young man brings us a nice March female that's practical, a little slicker haired. I think she's a nickel plainer about her front 1/3, but I never question her brood cow, just substance and dimension. I think that heifer's got a lot of good practicality. Just a nickel plainer in my opinion today. Maybe just freshen her up to her front 1/3. But folks, go ahead and give all three of those kids a big round of applause. That's a nice trio of Angus females. Nice job.
Entering the ring now for our Hereford class is Kaylee Harkin. The results of our Angus class: first place, Avery Harris; second place, Dawson Barnett; third place, Colton Harkin. Pulled Hereford and maintainer, please be sure your livestock is headed toward the arena for lineup. Would the red Angus and the shorthorn please make their way to the arena? Also, let's do the shorthorn plus. Would those animals please make their way to the arena?
Young lady brings us a nice single entry Hereford female, and as you can see, she gets her parked, and I think reads real feminine, real maternal in her look from the side. Can maybe just dial her down in her tail head ever so slightly, but I think there's a lot of good in this heifer and could probably stand some more competition. I know she's just a single entry out here, but it'll be nice to get her back out here in the lineup to compare back some other breed winners, because I think this heifer is definitely competitive and could stand some more heat. So nice job, young lady. Congratulations on your class winner.
First place in our Hereford class was Kaylee Harkin. Now entering the arena is Avery Harris with a pulled Hereford. Our judge today is Tyler Krug. He's from Atkins, Iowa. He is an ag business instructor at Kirkwood. He has a small cow-calf herd. He raises corn and soybeans, and he is a 2013 ISU grad. Please give a nice round of applause for our judge, Tyler.
this young lady brings us another nice single entry heifer out here in this Hereford division, and one that you really have to appreciate in terms of a rib design and extra dimension or foot size and bone. Maybe a little plainer about her head and neck, and would maybe want to just kind of hook her up a little differently there, kind of in her groin and how it ties back into her hip and tail head. But a nice project for a young lady. Congratulations on your class winner. Nice job.
Our winner of the polled Hereford class was Avery Harris. Entering the ring for the maintainer class is Allison Mayman, Brooklyn Wicks, and Colby Wicks. Red Angus, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus. Please be sure you have brought your animal up to the arena.
Nice trio of maintainer heifers out here, and the young lady that wins, I think, does so rather handily in my mind. I think she's the complete one that kind of has the extras and just has a show ring presence about her. The young lady's doing a nice job, has her collected and super balanced and attractive from her look from the side, and certainly doesn't disappoint you when you get behind the cattle in terms of just dimension and rib shape and volume. So a logical place to start in my mind. Congratulations, young lady, on your nice project. I think it's closer in second and third, in my opinion. Chose the moderate framed heifer that, you know, I think you don't question either of these two heifers' dimension or rib shape or volume. I guess for me, they just maybe want to just lean them both up a little bit in terms of breeding condition. You know, this heifer, I think, is a little bit more collected in her top line and how she comes out of the backside of her shoulder into her hip. But you know, I maybe appreciate the other heifer is just a nickel bigger in terms of frame size. I think they're only a day or two apart in age, but certainly we like this heifer. I think she's just a little bit plainer through her front 1/3, and just like to free her up a little bit when she goes, but certainly lean her up a nickel. Young lady, when she does get her parked here, this third place heifer, I like this one from the side. Like I said, maybe just want to just freshen her up about her head and neck, and starting to carry a little bit of extra down there in her flank in terms of condition. But I certainly think she has some natural thickness, some natural dimension, and don't question her fleshing ability or broodiness. So once again, congratulate all three of those maintainer exhibitors on a nice class there.
Entering the ring right now is Britton Walter for the Red Angus. The results of the maintainer class is first place, Allison Mayman, second place, Brooklyn Wicks, third place, Colby Wicks, and our first place winner is receiving a Grand Champion Maintainer Breeding Heifer plaque donated by Merle and Myrna Shruggy. Commercial heifers, Class 1, please be making your way to the arena. Commercial heifers, Class 1. That's Haley Neiman, Brooklyn Wicks, Sydney Lovern, Emma Wedeking.
This young lady brings us a good single entry Red Angus. I think she's a late May heifer. She said, I appreciate this heifer about her just refined feminine head and neck. Ties nicely there. If I were to change this female, you know, I think just for her added frame, I don't mind that, but just maybe once you get her bred, I think she'll body down or soften down in a rear rib and flank to kind of catch up with her frame size there. And then I just certainly like to relax her in her spine from her shoulder back to her tail head in terms of how she's moves, gets out a little bit up in her top when she wants to get pulled to lead. But a nice single entry project. Give this young lady, her Red Angus winner, a big round of applause. Congratulations.
Britton Walter was our Red Angus champion. We are now having Dawson Barnett enter the ring with his shorthorn.
I really like this single entry out here in the roan shorthorn female. Just really attractive in her look from the side. The young man does a nice job on the stick, and as you can see, balances up really nicely. You know, maybe just not the boldest right in her forerib or when you get in her upper rib shape, but you know, has enough dimension back into her in terms of her pin width. But a nice profiling female nonetheless. That'll be good to get back out here with some extra competition. Congratulations, young man, on your class winner.
Our winner for the short horn class was Dawson Barnett. Now entering the ring is Jackson Mayman with a short horn plus. Okay. All right, in waiting, we should have our commercial heifers show class 1. Please, will commercial heifers show class 2 start bringing their animals up to the arena? That would be Emma Wedeking, Allison Mayman, Eden Wicks, and Hannah Wangsness.
Not a lot of numbers, but definitely quality as these classes check. A lot of quality as these classes continue, and the young man brings us a good shorthorn plus female. A little bit more moderate in her frame. You know, I could see her just being a nickel taller in the point of her shoulder and a little higher tying there in her head and neck set. But don't question this heifer. It's just mass and substance through the center portion of her body. When you get right in behind this heifer, definitely wide pinned and just has some extra base width as well. So a lot of substance, balances up well from the side. Just maybe like to see her a touch taller there at the front 1/3. But definitely a nice project, young man. Congratulations on your class winner.
Entering the ring right now is Haley Neiman, Brooklyn Wicks, Sydney Lovern, Emma Wedeking, and this is our commercial heifers, class 1. The winner of our shorthorn plus was Jackson Mayman.
Check.
In the waiting area, we need commercial heifers Class 2, Emma Wedeking, Allison Mayman, Eden Wicks, and Hannah Wangsness.
Our first class commercials, or the lighter weight commercial heifers, really like this female to start. This young lady is doing a good job kind of keeping her composure. The heifer's wanting to dance around a little bit, but as you can see, when she gets her parked and set up, that heifer's really, really pretty from the side. She's feminine and refined about her head and neck, and yet from her shoulders back, you know, you can't make one deeper in her heart and in her just center body. Really love that heifer's just look from the side, not the boldest or widest in terms of her pin width up high, but I think adequate in terms of her dimension. So I think that heifer wins handily in this class. It's closer in second and third in my mind. I chose to go with the young lady smoke heifer. You want to bring her out here. Just like her frame size. I like her boldness in terms of her forerib right out of the backside of her shoulder. Sure, I'd like to just smooth her up in her top line. She's maybe carrying a little extra condition there, but just I like just how her rear leg ties together. It's real functional in terms of her set to her hock and how she meets the surface. Young lady's doing a good job there. A little bit more moderate red heifer that's probably smoother or balances up better in terms of her top line, but maybe a little bit flatter in her forerib, maybe a little bit shorter in terms of her neck length, but I still think she's a practical heifer that has enough substance of body and some depth and certainly width. Just like to maybe just free her up a little bit and lengthen her up a little bit. Young lady we round out the class with, and this heifer is obviously at a disadvantage in terms of pounds. She's a little bit lighter, has some unique pieces. She's kind of neat fronted about her head and neck, maybe a little bit narrower at the ground, but to change her, certainly would just like to obviously see more days on feed, but she just is a little bit harsher in her rib shape, a little bit more tubular, so just like to see her bolder and softer from wherever viewed. But a nice class of lighter weight commercial heifers. Go ahead and give all four of those exhibitors a big round of applause if you would.
Entering the ring now is our commercial heifers, show class 2, Emma Wedeking, Allison Neiman, Eden Wicks, and Hannah Wengsness. After this, we will be picking our champion commercial heifer. The results of Class 1 commercial heifer: first place, Sydney Lovren; second place, Emma Wedeking; third place, Brooklyn Wicks; and fourth place, Haley Neiman. After this class, we will be picking our commercial champion heifer. Then we will be picking our supreme champion female. So if you received first or second in your breeding class, please start to make your way back to the arena.
I'm kind of going against my word. I told one of the youngsters earlier, he might be sitting over here, I like the baldy cattle, so it kind of kills me to not start with one of those. But this young lady, solid black commercial heifer, is pretty nice, and so I think she's the logical place to start. Really attractive about her head and neck, and ties really nicely into her top line, will level out through her hip, and reads really good just from the profile. You know, to get nitpicky, because I know she's going to come back in here for the commercial drive, you know, I'd like to maybe just square her up front. I think she's smooth into her shoulder, but maybe just wants to toe out ever so slightly up front. Just kind of square her up there at the ground, and then just kind of keep her moving. I think she's still flexible enough, but just keep that heifer moving as she gets out and goes. But a real attractive, high-quality one that's going to go ahead and win this class. Congratulations, young lady. As we work back into these kind of brockle face baldy females coming out next, our second place heifer just maybe balances the best from the side, still fills her tracks, and I think just as kind of a problem-free or fault-free brood cow prospect in my mind. I think she's a big, bold made heifer, you know, certainly not just the prettiest about her head and neck, but I think she's still not overdone in terms of condition. I think she's right in terms of her structure, so I think she logically slides into second. So congratulations, young lady, on a nice second place heifer. Start working into these other heifers. The young lady's third place female, you know, just has a world of mass and substance. I think where she beats this fourth place heifer is in terms of her structure. Now, she's not perfect, but I think she still fills her tracks and gets out and goes a little bit more flex and comfort than the heifer we round out the class with. But to place her any higher, I just like to make her a little bit more comfortable and smooth her up in terms of her top line, and then just freshen her up. I think she's just carrying a little extra condition today, but I think Honey's doing a good job for this young lady, and that'll be a nice, easy flushing female to kick out and pasture as well. Round out the class with a little bit more moderate heifer that we certainly don't question just her center body mass and rib design. For me, I think she's just a little bit more restricted off either end of her skeleton, maybe doesn't quite fill those tracks. I just like to make her a little bit more flexible and loosen her up in terms of how she gets out and goes, but definitely one that's clean-necked and big, bold middle and thick and wide base. Just like to make her a shot more structurally correct there as she goes. But good class, a heavier weight or bigger commercial heifers there. Go ahead and give all four of those kids a nice round of applause.
Let's make sure her cards are right.
We will now be picking a champion commercial heifer. Re-entering the ring is Sydney Lovern, Emma Wedeking, Alice Maiman, and Hannah Wangness. The results of our Class 2 commercial heifer show is Allison Maiman first, Hannah Wagness second, third place was Eden Wicks, and fourth place was Emma Wedeking. If you have not made your way up to the show arena, we do need all breeding classes, first and second place. We will be picking a champion supreme female after this.
I think there's a couple exceptional representatives out here in our two classes of commercial heifers for champion and reserve consideration. The young lady that came out of the first class, loved this heifer from the side, just in terms of her the sweep to her rib and her presence. The young lady's doing a nice job and just super ultra feminine and long neck through her front 1/3. Ties really flexible into her top line. And what I love this heifer is just in terms of how she ties into her hip and rear leg. She has a very functional set to her hock, and when she gets pulled to lead, she doesn't disappoint in terms of filling those tracks and how she sets down on her rear foot and with cushion and some flex and stability there. Maybe not the boldest in terms of her pin width, but I don't think she's a narrow-based heifer. I think she's got loads of rib and maybe even a nickel boulder there, compared to age and frame size in terms of her forerib there. I love a lot of things about that heifer. The young lady circling out here coming out of the second class, she's doing a good job on the stick in terms of just getting that heifer parked and setting her up. She's really attractive in terms of being a high tying heifer. From her shoulder back to her tail head is pretty dead level. You just appreciate a lot of things about her. Probably has the advantage in terms of just sheer dimension. Obviously has the age advantage as well. But as far as just nitpicking that female, I don't think as an individual she's shallow-bodied, but the heifer in the first class just has that extra heart and rear rib and flank, and then maybe just doesn't have the extra kind of set or comfort in terms of her hock and how she flexes there. But it's close in my opinion, and to take nothing away from our second places, but I think our champion and reserve are competing right out here in front of me, and I got to be careful. I'm not supposed to do the handshake thing, so I'll go up and kind of give you a nice little pat on the heifer's kind of hip there and show you guys how I like them for champion reserve commercial. But if you guys would, go ahead and give all these gals a big round of applause, and I'll show you guys which way I like them.
Let's double check where this is done. It's here. We're doing this right here. Brandon Reserve Supreme Female.
Okay, we are now going to be doing our Grand Champion Supreme Female and our Reserve Champion Supreme Female.
First place winners were
Entering the ring were these first place winners: Avery Harris, Angus; Kaylee Harkin, Hereford; Avery Harris, Pulled Hereford; Allison Mayman, Maintainer; Britton Walter, Red Angus; Dawson Barnett, Shorthorn; Jackson Mayman, Shorthorn Plus; Sydney Lovern with the Commercial Heifer.
Before we select this morning's Supreme Female, we want to take a moment and remember a great supporter of the fair that we lost this year. Tom Mitchell passed away in April. He was a longtime treasurer here for the Fair Board. He was a staple here at the cattle show, not just with the shorthorn breed. Tom's leadership, while it was quiet, it is going to be greatly missed by all of us here at the fair. At this time, we'd like to ask everyone to please join me in a moment of silence, remembering Tom Mitchell. Thank you.
Would those with returning bucket bottle calves please return bring your animal up to the arena? Returning bucket bottle calf, please bring your livestock up to the arena.
Folks ringside, if you would, go ahead and give all these heifer exhibitors a big round of applause. I know there's probably not as many in the stands today as there normally would be, but it's fun to see the ones that are out here, and you guys have been cheering them on and giving them some good support, so that's awesome. I know, we'll talk about it as the day goes on with the steers and whatnot, but obviously different circumstances this year, and Tim, I think, mentioned the numbers might be down slightly. Don't know if that's due to the situation that's going on, but I want to commend or compliment and tip my hat to the exhibitors that did come out today, not just the ones that are in the ring, but the ones that have come through the ring so far, and the kids that will come back through the ring here with some market animals. Because there were some uncertain times as far as, if or when the fairs would happen or other shows, and I want to thank the folks up here, the extension folks, the ring help, because it takes all you guys to put this on. So I'm glad you guys have the opportunity to do the fair, and I'm just one small part of today and this week, actually. I come from down by Cedar Rapids area, Benton County, and our fair is supposed to be going on right now, and it actually got canceled, and so they moved the 4-H and static and livestock projects, I guess, to kind of the middle to late of July, so they'll have a kind of a one-day thing like you guys are doing here, but it just goes to show, everybody's kind of trying to make the best of what's going on in the world now, and so it's still exciting to see the folks in agriculture and specifically the cattle industry pull together, and it takes a lot of people to put these events on, and so if you guys are showing, obviously make sure you thank your parents or grandparents or whoever helped you get here, but also if you have a chance, take a minute to thank the ring help, the extension folks, the people behind the scenes, because there were some trying times, and it's not a lot of uncertainty in terms of what was going to happen, and so just wanting to thank the folks up here in Butler County for this opportunity. So with that being said, there's a couple of heifers out here, and maybe one or two that are maybe in the makeup area waiting to see if they're going to get an opportunity to come back. This young lady that came out of the maintainer division, like this heifer when she came into the ring in class, still like her out here today. I think the young lady's been doing a good job on the halter, getting that heifer stuck. Just reads with a lot of mass, a lot of substance, show ring eye appeal, balances up really well from the side. If we start picking her apart, she reads really good in terms of her angles and how she sets down in terms of at the standstill. A little issue, it's a nitpicky thing, but when we're out here in this good competition, start to break these cattle down, and I hate to be hard on these cattle because I understand it's not easy to breed cattle of this quality. It doesn't just happen overnight. But if I'm going to start getting critical of this heifer, I just like to change her at the ground, and particularly in her rear pastern of how she isn't maybe the most confident in terms of how she sets down on that rear foot. She doesn't really pop her pastern is maybe a term that people have used in the past, but I just like to see her sit deeper on her heel and just more comfortably and confidently there. I still think she flexes and fills her tracks and gets out and goes really well. Maybe could peel a little off the top side of her neck in terms of condition, but that's being ultra critical of a heifer that's definitely in the hunt today. Young man brought us a couple nice heifers. He's got a shorthorn heifer there, I think a high percentage that I think has got quality, definitely attractive on the profile and the standstill. I'd like to change that girl when she gets out and goes, maybe just is okay in her angles, but maybe just not the most flexible off either end of her skeleton. We'd just like to free her up a little bit when she's pulled the lead, but definitely an attractive heifer over there that catches your eye. We just came out of a nice division of commercial heifers. There were two females in particular that stood out to me in that division, and the young lady showing this little younger or lighter weight female, I guess I should say. Certainly attractive, and love that heifer in terms of her look from the side. She's just has a lot of presence. She's overwhelming in terms of her center body mass and sweep to her rib. Not the most powerful in terms of her width behind, but definitely love that heifer in terms of her hip design, the set or angle in terms of how she sets down in her hock, and and rear leg and gets out and goes. It's just a matter of, you know, do you think she's big enough, and is she the most dimensional, I guess, if you will. But that heifer is definitely worth consideration as well. And then the heifer that ended up reserved behind that female, definitely one that to consider that would potentially get pulled back in here. Like that heifer a great deal as well. So there's 3 or 4 of them out here that I kind of have narrowed down to, but I'm going to take another look. If you would, go ahead and give all these heifer exhibitors another nice round of applause, and I'll select you guys a champion and reserve.
Champion is
Okay.
champion.
Coming in the ring from the maintainer class is Brooklyn Wicks. Your grand champion, supreme female, happens to be Allison Mayman.
Folks, I kind of talked these heifers just a second ago, and I think I kind of know what I want to do for reserve. There's another heifer out here that I think is pretty special, and sometimes when you hear somebody say that that heifer or calf is a little green yet, you might think, oh, they're not quite ready, or is that's not a good thing or a negative, but I think that's going to set this heifer apart, and I think give them an opportunity to be pretty competitive down the road. And I think, you know, depending on what your goals are, like we talked, this is a fairly early county fair, and I think this heifer's got a bright future ahead of her, and so we're going to go ahead and select you guys a reserve. She's going to come out of that commercial division. You're going to be the reserve nice calf. Congratulations to all these heifers.
Okay. Your reserve grand champion, supreme female, is Sydney Lovern. Our banners are sponsored by Merle and Myrna Schrage. Entering the ring now is our return bucket bottle calves. They are Kami Helmke, Harper Sowers, Wade Wangness, and Daniel Bowman. Okay. Yep.
Okay, there'll be a slight delay for pictures.
There will be a slight delay for pictures. Our market heifers, will you please start to make your way up to the arena? Wade Wangsness, McKenna Brower, Lily Wedeking, and Emma Wedeking. Our market heifer, would you please start to make your way up to the arena?
market show, we'd like to announce our rate of gain winners. A picture will be taken after the market show.
Okay. Ribbons, pictures. As we move into the market show, I'd like to announce the rate of gain winners. A picture and ribbons will be handed out before the before the showmanship class. Tommy Barnett was first place. Second place was Brooklyn Wicks. Third place was Ryan Bowman. Fourth place was Logan Ott. Fifth place was Colby Wicks. Sixth place was Ainsley Lovern. Seventh place was Daniel Bowman. Eighth place was Wade Wangsness. Ninth place was Wyatt Jensen. And 10th place was Lily Wedeking. Pictures and ribbons will be handed out right before the showmanship classes. Entering the ring now is our returning bucket bottle calf, Kaylee Helmke, Harper Sowers, Wade Wagsness, and Daniel Bullman. Market heifers, please be up to the arena, ready for the next class. That would be Wade Wangsness, McKenna Brower, Lily Wedeking, and Emma Wedeking.
Folks ringside, go ahead and give these 4 exhibitors a big round of applause real quick. So for those who don't know, this is a returning bucket bottle. So these kids showed these as calves last summer at the fair here, and then continued the project. And so they probably got a pretty good connection with these calves. And so I just want to commend you guys for sticking with it and staying with these projects. You know, it's been many years ago, probably about 20 years ago, that I started my big show career. And by big, I mean we had 4 bottle calves was my introductory to the show cattle industry. And because if you have 1, you might as well have 4, I guess, even though I only showed 1. And that kind of got me started in the cattle industry. And in my next year, I showed a bottle calf again, and showed a returning bucket bottle project that following year. And so, you know, I didn't say it really in the heifer ring, but I'll say it now. We didn't have a returning bucket bottle class per se. They let us come back. We just showed in the regular classes, and I showed a market heifer, kind of a Hereford marked heifer, and got a red ribbon. And I was only 11 or 12 years old, right? And my heifer didn't make rate of gain, and so we didn't feed her hard enough. We had her in the same pen as my breeding heifer, and so it was kind of a humbling experience because I just came off a high. I won our commercial heifer show, and you turn right around in the very next class with a lightweight market heifer after the breeding show's over, and then I stood, you know, wherever I stood with a red ribbon. And so I just want you guys to know that I like the fact that you guys have this special division, and I think it kind of completes the project and continues the project rather. And so I want to tip my hat to you guys out here for doing that, because I think that means a lot, and it's a great entry into the beef business. And so with that being said, I like these 2 calves out here at front. The young man that has the market heifer out here in front is a nice package. I think she's balanced and level down her top. She's bold ribbed and uniform in her underline. She still gets around and goes. We're not going to be as critical of structure maybe as we were in the breeding heifer show, but they still have to move appropriately. And I think this heifer's good in terms of her finish, in terms of her size and weight today. So young man, congratulations on your class winner. That's a nice heifer to start. Young man that's going to go ahead and go second today. He's got a really rugged kind of a beef steer here. Really appreciate his stoutness and shape down his top. You know, I think he could maybe use just a nickel more, you know, days on feed to kind of fill in for his frame size, but he's a very shapely calf that has some extra stoutness and substance. Maybe just doesn't tie it together in an attractive of a package, but that's getting critical of a really nice market animal, young man, so congratulations. Young lady, if you want to bring your red calf out here next, just a little bit lighter project here, could maybe use some more feed, but a really well-balanced calf that I think has a lot of nice pieces. It's a long-bodied heifer that's left the shapeliest in terms of a market animal, but a nice project nonetheless. We round out with the young lady's Holstein steer coming next, and she brought, I confirmed, this is not Beef Nugget's brother. They are adopted brothers, but we couldn't confirm the lineage, but she's doing a great job with this steer. I think it gained, I can't remember because he ate his rate of gain card, but a nice calf nonetheless. A little bigger framed. Obviously, you're going to have to put more weight on these guys in terms of just the extra frame size and volume and mass, but a nice project for this young lady nonetheless. So go ahead and give all 4 of those kids a real big round of applause once again. Thanks for them coming back out here as return bucket bottle. Nice job.
Entering the ring for your market heifer class is Wade Wangsness, McKenna Brower, Lily Wedeking, and Emma Wedeking. Results of our returning bucket bottle is first place, Wade Wangsness, second place, Daniel Bowman, third place, Kami Helmke, and fourth place, Harper Sowers. Will all breed market steers for Key, Minaju, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus, Scimitals, please make their way up to the arena. All breed market steers for Key, Minaju, Shorthorn, Shorthorn Plus, and Scimital, please make their way up to the arena.
good class of market heifers, and there's some spread in weight, but the young lady's smoky female is, I think, a logical place to start for me. Maybe not perfect in terms of just her overall completeness, but I think one that's probably more acceptable in terms of structure. Then a couple other cattle we'll see right behind her. I think this heifer is really big backed and just ties into a really wide hip and pin set. Maybe just not the squarest or, the sharpest in terms of her handle there, in terms of true shape right out of the backside of her shoulder, but I think spans enough width down her top. Would maybe like to see this heifer a little bit bigger in terms of overall weight and substance. I think she barely made the weight of gain there, but I think she wins just in terms of being a good market animal and then still having that ability to get out and flex and fill her tracks, and so we're going to go ahead and start with that young lady. I think there's some sort between these middle two in second and third, and it's close in my opinion. There's some differences, but this peach-colored heifer is real shapely. She's got a lot of shape down her top, a lot of expression and boldness, maybe a trimmer-necked female, compared to the heifer that she's going to end up beating here. Where I really took issue, I want to change this heifer. If she just moved a little bit better off her rear too, you can see kind of the angles off either end of her other end of her skeleton there, a little bit more upright. Would certainly love to just see her flex and use her hock with just a little bit more comfort. And I don't think there'd be any question that heifer would probably run herself right up to the top. I like this black female coming in third that definitely has a lot of practicality. She's soft. She's a good market animal. Not the most shapely and expressive, and I think that's where young lady's doing a good job pulling this key steer around, and I think he's the right size. I think he's got some show ring eye appeal, and certainly when she gets him parked, I think you'll see that he could stand some more competition out here, and obviously will when he gets pulled back in for the final lineup here. Just an attractive, nicely balanced kind of a steer that still handles with extra width out of the back side of his shoulder and spans down a pretty big top. We like a lot of those things about him. You know, maybe doesn't have that extra chubbiness, if you will, you know, maybe right in there in his rear rib and flank, but I still think has enough width and true dimension. So a nice steer, a good project for you, young lady. Congratulations on your class winner. Nice job.
Our first place winner of the Key Steer class was McKenna Brower. Entering the ring now is Colby Wicks with her mane on Jew.
Another single entry project in our main steer division, and you know, when I talked about that last calf that ran out of the Key class here, maybe just not having that extra chubbiness that we talk about, you know, this guy kind of has that, I guess, if you just look on either side of his tail head in terms of his pone fat and just that shape and natural thickness to his quarter and into his stifle, this guy has that, and you know, you don't question, just he's a big barreled steer from his shoulder back into his rear quarters, just a real thick made kind of a guy that handles with a lot of shape and product down his top too. Just a kind of a real nice kind of a carcass market beef project for this young lady. Maybe not the fanciest in terms of where he's at, in terms of his head and neck, a little bit plainer there at the top side of his neck. I like to lay him back in his knee a little bit. He doesn't maybe want to just be the most comfortable out of his front end, but we're getting critical of a really nice class winner, young lady, so congratulations on your project there. Nice job.
The winner of the main on Jew class is Colby Wicks. Entering the ring now for Shorthorn breed market steer is McKenna Brower and Jackson Neiman. Would feeder calves please report to the arena for lineup? Feeder calves. Crossbred market steer class 1. Please bring your animal to the arena for lineup. Hannah Wangsness, Wyatt Jensen, and Ainsley Lovern. That's the crossbred market steer class 1.
Just two steers out here in our shorthorn steer lineup, and going to talk them real quick. The young lady's roan steer, she's been doing a nice job with her projects here thus far today. A little bit lighter weight, and we talked real quick about that. You know, certainly would have liked to see more pounds on this guy. Missed the weighted gain, but as an individual, still a good market animal. Just need to see more of him, I guess. I think he's good from his shoulder back into his rear third. I think I'd like to make him softer or bolder in his rear rib and flank, but I think it's still a good project, just a little bit smaller, just a little bit lighter weight. So the young man with the white steer is going to go ahead and win this class, and his calf is, you know, on the profile, has the frame. I like this guy. He's 1,200 and some pounds, right, bud? 1220, and he's got a long neck, doing a good job showing that calf balance from his shoulder back to his hooks to pins and his tail head set there. You know, at times, these white cattle can sometimes catch you, you know, maybe give you an off-balance look or not quite give you that extra kind of, I guess I should say the black kind of shadows and hides things, which is an advantage for those things. Today it's a no-fit show, which I don't mind, but I think this guy just maybe looks a little bit frail at the ground. I'm picking him apart because when he walked into this class, I said, oh, that's a nice calf. When I get my hands on him, he's super impressive out of the backside of his shoulder. I mean, that thing, I'm not picking on the shorthorn breed, but it handles very impressive out of the backside of his shoulder in terms of his width and squareness down his top into his loin, and kind of, you know, surprised me. So I want to compliment you, young man, on your white calf there. Just maybe doesn't look all fit up and, you know, deep in his flank today, but that's a nice market animal, young man, to win this class. So congratulations to you there. Go ahead and give both these kids a nice round of applause.
The winner of our shorthorn class is Jackson Neiman. Second place was McKenna Brower. Entering the ring right now for our shorthorn plus class is Wyatt Jensen. And, nope. Crossbred market steer class 1. Be sure you are headed toward the arena. Market bred class 1.
Young man brings us a pretty good single entry shorthorn plus steer, and he too is one that you know, just validates himself at the handle when he's parked like that. You know, maybe a little bit long stretch there, but kind of just accentuates his look, I guess, from the side in terms of his functional hip and rear leg design, just in terms of just how he's set with that kind of angle to his hock and pasture, and I really like that. you know, has plenty of muscle, attractive through his front 1/3, smooth down his top, big rib. That's a nice project, young man, that I think will definitely come back for some consideration. We'll get him back out here in the final drive lineup. So congratulations, sir. We'll see you back here after a bit. Big round of applause.
Your Shorthorn Plus winner is Wyatt Jensen. Entering the ring right now for Simmental is Aaron Lindell. And will our Class 2 Crossbred Market Steer make their way to the arena for lineup? That's Ryan Bullman, Casey Weibke, and Nicholas Carlson.
I'm probably starting to sound like a broken record, but you know, even though you know, we don't have a lot of numbers in some of these individual classes, I think the quality continues here in this Simmental division. This is another good individual project the young lady brings us. I think this steer is a good market animal and yet still has some function and balance and eye appeal for the show ring. And so I think he'll be one that we too consider when he comes back out here to represent the Simmental breed. Congratulations on your class winner, young lady. Nice job.
Winner of the Simmental class is Aaron Lindell. Next into the arena is Lisbeth DeGroat with her feeder calf.
Young lady brings us a lighter weight Hereford Mark steer, and just talk to her a little bit about you know, some of the basics of what the feed program was like. And you know, I think this calf has some pieces of some frame and kind of some capacity in terms of just his length and extension. Just to kind of couple or go with that, would just like to see this guy pushed a little bit harder, you know, to just bulk him up and just see some more meat and mass on this guy. So, you know, as she continues, I think this calf only weighed 700 and some pounds. So, you know, the project will continue as she takes it home after the fair here, and to kind of continue it through and see it through. So, once again, go ahead and congratulate this young lady on her winner, and just we'll come see him later on.
That was Elizabeth DeGroat with the feeder calf. Next in the ring is Class 1 of our crossbred market steer, Hannah Wagsness, Wyatt Jensen, and Ainsley Lovern. as Ainsley is entering the ring, I'd like to announce that she is our only senior. She is a graduate from Clarksville High School this year. Ainsley plans on going to Iowa State. She will be majoring in psychology and elementary education. Would you please give Ainsley Loveren a round of applause for all the years she has put into being a member of our cattle show? Will Class 3 crossbred market steers please make their way up to the arena? Brooklyn Wicks, Logan Ott, and Tommy Barnett.
Good class of crossbred steers here, and the young lady with the black cap's going to go ahead and win. I like this calf's completeness. He's balanced from the side. You know, a little antsy, feeling good out here in the show ring today, but has the qualities that we're after. He's ultra big middled, big and square and wide in terms of his pin set. Maybe not the most shapely or expressive at the handle or even down into his quarter, but I think he's still a wide base, square made calf that has some show ring eye appeal. And once he gets parked, he does give you a good look from the side, and then just kind of couples that with his flexibility when he gets out and goes. I think he has a functional set to his hock and uses his pasture with some flex. So a nice place to start. Congratulations. these two red steers, some differences. The more moderate calf's going to go ahead and go second here. I like this guy just in terms of his shapely span down his back. He's wide-made and thick-ended. Maybe just cuts up a little bit there into his twist, up into his flank. But I think he just has some extra, substance of true shape and power, I guess, compared to the steer we round out the class with. Calf coming out next, a little bigger outline. I like this guy's look from the side. I guess for me, I just want to see a little bit more kind of three-dimensional shape and pull him apart a little bit. For his extra size, he maybe wants to be a little bit deeper in his heart than he is compared back up to his flank and just pull him apart in his upper rib cage. I still think he has some width down his top. Just maybe in square, he's just not as soft or as opened up through the center and lower part of his body there. But nice trio of market steers nonetheless. Good CrossFit class. Congratulations.
Entering the ring right now for crossbred market steer class 2 is Ryan Bowman, Casey Weidke, and Nicholas Carlson. The results of our crossbred market steer class 1 is first place Ainsley Lovern, second place Hannah Wagsness, third place Wyatt Jensen. And I would also like to announce that Erin Lindell, who also showed in the scimitar class, is a graduating senior as well from Waverly Shell Rock. She is an FFA member.
working into these 1,400 and some pound steers, and a couple nice ones at the top here. The young man's brings us a little heavier weight calf. I just like his look from the side. He's attractive through his front 1/3. He's big-legged and stout. Still moves pretty well for having that extra substance of weight and mass. He's just a bigger outline calf. You know, and even with that extra weight, I think this guy, you know, maybe could even put on a little bit more. He doesn't have that chubbiness we talked about earlier. He maybe wants to cut up into his flank just a little bit. Maybe not the most impressive right in behind his shoulder in terms of the handle, but I think he has plenty of natural thickness and mass from wherever viewed. So I think a nice place to start, just a sound, solid calf. The chromed up steer that's going to end up in second maybe does have a little bit more shape right behind his shoulder, a little bit more spring to his forerib and boldness and softness there. Obviously maybe not as collected in his look from the side, but still is balanced when she gets in park. I think I'd like to change him and just in terms of how his rear leg's designed and function. But we're getting nitpicky on a nice market project for this young lady. Congratulations. Calf that's going to round out the class in third actually might be one of the deeper bodied calves out here. You know, certainly soft middled. I think he's practical in that regard. You know, maybe where we'd like to change him is just make him wider and square in terms of his pin width and his actual natural shape into his quarter and make him just more bold and shapely there. But a good trio nonetheless, the crossbred market steers. Go ahead and give all three of those kids a nice round of applause if you would.
Entering the ring right now for our Class 3 crossbred market steers is Brooklyn Wicks, Logan Ott, Tommy Barnett. The results of our Class 2 crossbred market steers class is first place Nicholas Carlson, second place Casey Weidke, and third place Ryan Bullman. After this class, we will be announcing our champion and reserve crossbred steer. Also in the arena right now is a returning scramble calf, the only one returning from the 2019 fair, and that calf is being shown by Brooklyn Wicks.
good class of heavyweight crossbred market steers out here. And the young man's got a calf that's a little anxious on us, but a nice market animal nonetheless. He's super impressive at the handle. You get your hands on that guy out of the backside of his shoulder and just is really shapely, but yet not harsh to the touch, you know, as far as having a good cover, a finish on him. And, you know, maybe not the most collected today. Obviously, he's fighting the halter a little bit, but that guy is super impressive as a combination market steer with some show ring presence. Maybe just want to obviously tone him down a little today. You know, kind of toyed a little over in my mind about this calf. I love this calf's top 2/3. Obviously, he's a super great gaining calf in terms of weight of gain, and there's a ton of product packed into this guy and shapely. Where I really take issues is practicality. You know, I just think he labors too much off his rear too. Maybe a little bit more tender there in terms of how he gets out and goes and meets the surface there. But a super carcass animal nonetheless. Good looking steer there. Nice market animal. Nice job, bud. Calf we round out the class with is obviously the structural improvement. He gets around the ring a little bit better today. Maybe just not as soft in his center body, a little bit more tubular in his design there. But you don't question this calf's extra natural muscle. He's maybe not the squarest or the most expressive wherever viewed, but he certainly has a lot of product packed into him as well. Obviously, when we're pushing this 1450 and higher range, there's a lot of red meat in those guys. He's just a little bit narrower pin, maybe plays out from behind a little bit, but a little less descript. But guys, that's a good trio of heavyweight market steers. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors. Nice job.
The results of our class 3 market steer is first place, Logan Ott. Second place, Tommy Barnett. That steer was also our rate of gain winner. And third place was Brooklyn Wicks. We will now be picking a champion and reserve champion crossbred market steer. The following people will be entering the rings: Ainsley Lovern, Nicholas Carlson, and Logan Ott. Second place crossbred, please have your steer ready. Those people are Hannah Wagsness, Casey Weidke, and Tommy Barnett. Following our rate of gain picture, we will begin our showmanship classes. We will start with the seniors, then we will do the intermediates, followed by the juniors. The intermediates are 7th, 8th, and 9th graders. We will be selecting our grand champion market animal. So all first place market animals need to return to this show arena. That would be McKenna Brower, Colby Wicks, Jackson Meeman, Wyatt Jensen, Aaron Lindell,
And the winner.
And go ahead and select your champion reserve crossbred steer to represent this division to come back for the final drive of the market animal show. And real quick, the young lady that came out of the first class, you know, like this guy, just in terms of his substance and mass, and he's deep and has show ring eye appeal, and he's good looking, and you know, doesn't have to be all fit up to be able to see the quality there, like a lot of things about that guy. Young man that came out of that kind of middleweight division or class, you know, bigger pattern, bigger outline steer that like his extension, like his foot size and bone. You know, you compare him back to a couple other steers out here, and maybe just doesn't have that softness and boldness in terms of his rear rib and flank, maybe a little bit harsher there in terms of that rib design. We could change those things about him, but definitely kind of a complete type of market animal that has some good things we like about him. The young man, want to compliment him on sticking with it out here. This guy's feeling pretty good out here, but hanging with it. The young man drags a really big back, thick-ended calf that, you know, maybe isn't just the fanciest in his look or his design, but he's stout and bold and massive from wherever view. Just a good market animal. So going to go take another look, and I'll show you guys who I like for champion. Go ahead and give these three kids a big round of applause, and I'll show you which ones I like.
Entering the ring is Hannah Wagsness. Our champion is Ainsley Lovern for our commercial market steer.
Pull this red calf into contention, and I think there were a trio of nice calves in that first class. I think another red one that maybe sat behind this one, and you know, a little bit more moderate. We still like his neatness up front. He's really wide and square in his pin set, like we talked about. Maybe wants to be more cut up in terms of his twists there, and maybe just not the biggest outline calf, but he's sound-legged, he's big-footed, and stout-made. We like those things about him. I think it's close, maybe between the two steers on either end here. I'll go give it one more look and select you guys reserve. One more big round of applause for these crossbred steer exhibitors.
Our reserve champion crossbred is Hannah Wagsness. We will now be choosing our champion market and reserve market steer. Entering the ring is Wade Wagsness, McKenna Brower, Colby Wicks, Jackson Meeman, Wyatt Jensen, Aaron Lindell, one of our seniors who will be attending Iowa State, Ainsley Lovern, another one of our seniors attending Iowa State. After this selection, we will re-announce the rate of gain winners. Tommy Barnett, will you please bring your steer up for our picture? And then we will start showmanship. All second place winners should be up here if your first place one is chosen. So all second place winners should be up here.
Folks ringside, if you would, go ahead and give these market exhibitors out here a big round of applause. I'm really happy with the lineup out here. Obviously, I got to pick them, but the ones that are out here, even though there were some single entries, I think we have a lot of good representation of many different breeds, top to bottom, or division to division, and so, you know, I think the quality has been very deep, and so obviously compliments to all you exhibitors for bringing these things to town. You know, it's not always that I talk about the return bucket bottle, but I think this young man brings us a nice market heifer entry out of that division, and just a good solid calf that came back around this second year for him. A little lighter weight project here out of the market heifer division, but has some neat market animal features about her. We'd just like to see her bigger frame and just more of that calf. Give her a couple months and see what she does. I like this key steer. Obviously, I think he's in the running. I think he's got a good running gear underneath him. He's toes point off forward, the right direction, and I don't know, I think, were you a single entry young lady? We talked about he could stand some more competition, and I think he does. He's out here, you know, kind of fits the bill for some things we're looking for. Level design, good looking from the side. He's hairy. He's not fit up today. You know, that maybe changed him a little bit, but I think he's still good looking, maybe the appropriate weight. You know, not just the chubbiest we talked about in that class. I think he's still heavy muscled and wide backed and all that, but you know, I think he's still definitely in the hunt. Young lady came out with a main steer that's just a good market animal in general. He's stout, he's big barreled, he's got a lot of substance and power. We like those things about him. Kind of gave this young man with the white shorthorn, I didn't mean to give him a hard time. It was a pleasant surprise, if you will. If you get your hands on that calf, and he's super impressive. He maybe just doesn't balance up as well. He looks a little frailer at the ground, but we talked about just the balance of that white hair coat can sometimes not hide things as well as the black can in terms of shadows and whatnot, but that's still, you know, his top half is very shapely, very expressive, and that's just a good market animal nonetheless. So if you could give him a shot more bone, or, you know, pull that leg hair up and disguise some of that, but that's a good project, young man, out of that shorthorn division. Young man's kind of going on a walk here with his red calf, and that guy has some of that extra, you know, lower third and stoutness of foot and bone as compared to his purebred counterpart. Like that calf as well, just a lot of mass and substance, real complete shorthorn plus project there. I think he's a good one too. Young lady circling around her Simmental steer here. I think he's a purebred. I like this calf a great deal, you know, breed for breed. I think he's good on his feet and legs. You know, I think he's one that you could maybe lengthen his hip a little bit and square him up there in terms of from his view on the profile. But I think he's packed with a lot of width and muscle, a lot of substance, and I think he's one too that's probably in the top few that we're definitely considering as well. You know, maybe could make him a nickel deeper heeled, or use his hock with a touch more flex. But we're getting critical of a nice purebred steer prospect. The young lady bringing her crossbred steer out here next is one that we appreciated in class, and then again in division, and we still like him when we get him out here for this final drive. He's ultra competitive. You know, obviously these things are circling around a bit, but when he is parked, I think there's a lot of good in that calf. He's huge middle, you know, not the most impressive in terms of pin width and true just sheer squareness of hip, but I think he is square, and I think he does have plenty of muscle. He's not the biggest bone, but he's good boned, and I think there's a lot of completeness and quality to that calf. I could knock his little throat latch off there, up there under his neck, and you know, she gets that thing jacked up and his head out, and he's really good looking from the side. So he's obviously in the hunt as well. But once again, I appreciate Butler County for having me up here in Allison again this year. It's been a privilege to get to work with your young people and sort through the quality of kids and cattle up here today. And so I just wanted to say thank you to the folks at the extension, and then the ring help, and all those folks that have helped us today. It's run really smooth. Hopefully I've you know, done okay to you, but it's just my opinion today, and you know, don't take that to heart. Like I said earlier, here. It's just a privilege and honor to be out here with you guys, and I'm a small part of the fair today. But I commend you exhibitors and your parents and the people that helped you get here, because obviously there are a lot of trying times and not sure how things were going to go forward or progress. And so for those of you guys that did stick with your projects, hats off to you guys, because you guys brought a really, really good group of cattle and an excellent group of kids to the county fair up here. So you should be definitely proud of that. Once again, like I said, if you get a chance, kids, help give a thank you to some people that have gotten you here, and the people behind the scenes as well. We don't want to take these experiences or opportunities for granted, because obviously we know that they can, they change, and this is year of any has been a very trying time. And so once again, I thank you guys for the opportunity to come work with your young people and sort through or evaluate your cattle. I'll go ahead and select you guys a champion steer. One more big round of applause.
Ainsley Lovern is our Grand Champion Market Beef. Her trophy is sponsored by Lander and Ulfers Insurance Agency. She is also our Butler County Raised Beef Champion, and that trophy is also sponsored by Landers and Ulfers Insurance Agency. Okay, entering the ring now is Hannah Wagsness. Our Reserve Grand Champion Market Beef is McKenna Brower. Her trophy is sponsored by Waverly Sales Company. She will also be your Reserve Grand Champion Butler County Raised Beef. Her trophy is sponsored by Jeff Reince, DeKalb Seed. Please give our final drive participants a round of applause. Our rate of gain winners, Tommy Barnett, will you please come up with your calf? Then I need Brooklyn Wicks, who received second place, Ryan Bowman, who received third place, Logan Ott, who received fourth place, Colby Wicks, who received fifth place, Ainsley Levern, who received sixth place, Daniel Bowman, who received seventh place, Wade Wagsness, who received eighth place, Wyatt Jensen, who received 9th place, and Lily Wedeking, who received 10th place. We will be handing those ribbons out by the Blue Show picture photo op. We will be starting senior showmanship in a little bit, so if you are planning on entering that class, please make your way to the arena. All right, we are ready for senior showmanship. If the seniors would please bring their animals into the ring for our senior showmanship class. That will be followed by our intermediates. Our intermediates include 7th, 8th, and 9th grade, and then we'll follow that with our junior showmanship. So seniors, will you please enter the ring? This is our last call for senior showmanship. Our last call for senior showmanship. Anyone else, please head toward the ring right now.
Folks that are still ringside, if you would, go ahead and give these three senior showmen gals a round of applause. I want to commend them from coming back out for showmanship. You know, depending on how you did today, sometimes it's not always, it's been a long day. Sometimes the calves are getting tired. So I'm taking into consideration how you guys have shown and throughout the day. And what I mean by that is not necessarily how you've placed, but just how you kind of participated, your showmanship skills throughout today thus far. And so I'm just kind of keeping that in mind, remembering how we've done and interacted, obviously sportsmanship and being humble, even, you know, being a good winner or a good maybe second place or not winner. And so those are things to consider as well. You know, the gal out here circling, I think they said is potentially, is that your senior year, young lady? You know, I talked to her, and it's hard because you know, you go out your last year and maybe don't finish where you want. But I wanted to kind of tip my hat to her as far as sticking with it, coming back out here and being confident, and you know, showing for senior showmanship. Like I said, I joked with one of the young ladies that was out here for the bottle calf show. It had the same name as my sister, and you know, I don't know if my sister ever won a showmanship competition, but she sure won a lot more shows than I did, or did better than I did, and I don't know why that happens that way, but I always thought I was a better showman than her, and maybe I just helped her out along the way. But we never actually won our county fair. Got reserve or kind of in the top 5 or whatever a few times, a couple, 3 times, and you know, you just kind of, you don't forget those things. And even, you know, before I went to Iowa State, or before I, you know, was on the judging team or was involved in any of that, those are just some of those things that, you know, you don't forget, you know, how you place, and sometimes it's easy to hold grudges or be upset, but just keep in mind, today it's just one person's opinion. I know that sounds cliche, but it's true. You know, you could get somebody else out here to work and sort through your cattle and evaluate them totally different than I would. You know, I try to do my best and be honest and sincere in my placings, and I truly feel like you guys had a great group of cattle and young people to work with today, and so I'm just trying to do my best for them, and sometimes take a little bit longer on some of these other classes. And you know, like I mentioned, I won't take a ton longer on the senior showmanship division, and you know, I didn't ask them like a quiz bowl, a bunch of questions, and I just am just watching them show cattle, and so that's kind of how I'm evaluating them out here, seeing how they interacted throughout the day. I'm going to select a champion and reserve senior showman. But once again, you know, just to kind of reiterate, don't let necessarily how you place today define kind of what your goals are or anything for the future. Just keep working hard, set new goals, keep pushing forward. As we said, it's been a very trying spring, or even into the summer now, and not sure. I talked to a few of these people are either headed to state fair, or headed to college, or going to some other open shows and getting their heifers bred and things like that. And so keep your chins up, keep working hard, and just keep setting more goals. And so I think the future of ag and the cattle industry in here in Butler County is just superb. And so once again, if you would, give these kids out here in senior showmanship a big round of applause. I think if the juniors or intermediates are watching, they got a good example of 3 young ladies that are doing an excellent job out here. With that being said, I'll go select a champion reserve senior showman.
Your champion senior beef showman is McKenna Brower. Her trophy is sponsored by Landers and Ulfers Insurance Agency. Our reserve champion senior beef showman is Erin Lindell. Her trophy is sponsored by Innovative Ag Services Company. Now entering the ring will be our intermediate showmen. Intermediate showmen are now entering the ring. Our intermediates are grades 7, 8, and 9.
Tim, how many classes of junior showman? Is there just one big class of junior showman? So for those of you guys up front, we might, I don't know if there's a microphone out in the, or a speaker out in the barns, but we're going to spill the beans a little bit here. So for showmanship, what we're looking for, is just obviously a good showman, but I guess I don't have to have the biggest, cheesiest smile. Now, you can certainly enjoy yourself out here, but I just want you to set your calf up. If you can walk your calf into place, if you're under control, if you have composure, keeping your hand right up there next to their head. Now, I know there's different chains or different styles of halter you can hold on to, but, just being in control of your calf and just being cool, calm, and collected, if you will. The people that kind of make it look easy or don't have to try, if that makes sense, that's, the kind of people that I'd be looking for out here. And then obviously answering some questions, just some very basics of if they didn't know the birthday, if they didn't know the weight, I'm asked a few people, what they bred their calf to or what the sire dam was, some things like that, but nothing real wild. But like I said, spacing, how you have your body language. Are you tense? Are you real, quick to move around? Or are you just kind of very, I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, repetitive or just very graceful, I guess, in how you go about the showmanship. So, like I said, kind of giving the juniors a little bit of a heads up or advice there. But, I was kind of rambling earlier during senior showmanship about not really winning our county fair or anything, but one thing that I was very proud of is that I had the opportunity to win some showmanship stuff when I was growing up, whether it's a county fair or a little bit of the state fair. And so once again, it doesn't matter how you place today as far as if you won the whole thing or if you won your class or we're a little bit further down or anything like that. I'm just looking at what you guys can control, and that starts a long time before today, as far as you're starting and working on that project. And so it takes a lot of work at home. Obviously, every calf has a different demeanor, so some take it to it a little bit quicker, more naturally. But, seeing how you guys handle yourself, seeing how you react, that's what you can control, and how hard you work. It doesn't have to be how much you spend or what kind of quality of calf you got. So getting it set up right is the main thing. So with that being said, I think all four of these intermediate showmen are doing a very nice job. So if you would, go ahead and put your hands together for all four of these young exhibitors. I'm forced it gets harder, I think, as these kids get younger, and it just is so competitive, and so that makes my job challenging but fun. So there's obviously all these kids are in contention out here, but I can only select two. So I'm going to select you a champion and reserve intermediate showman. One more round of applause, and we'll go select those two people.
Your champion intermediate beef showmanship is Colton Harkin. His trophy is sponsored by Highview. No. By MBS Family Farms. Our reserve champion intermediate beef showman is Brooklyn Wicks. Her trophy is sponsored by Highview Animal Hospital. Would our junior showmen start to enter the ring? And please give one more round of applause for our judge today and the fine job he's done, Mr. Tyler Krug. Due to social distancing, we are only allowed to have 8 in the ring at a time. We have 12 total showmen, so we will have 2 classes.
like we said before, sometimes the juniors, as you work your way down in the age brackets, it gets to be more challenging because they're so competitive, and there tend to be more of them out here. So naturally, they're going to bring the heat. And I guess we're going to have 2 classes. So I'm going to just pull 3 or so of you out of this class that'll wait, and then I'll pull a couple out of this other class here to kind of keep numbers down, I guess. But I want to just commend all these exhibitors because, you know, they called these juniors. I mentioned earlier that all these kids have been out here showing their butts off today and doing a nice job, and I wouldn't, you know, it wouldn't surprise me if these young people, I wouldn't have picked them to be juniors, I guess. What I mean by that is I think they're doing a superb job. They've been doing a great job all day, and it seems like they've been doing it for a while. So, like I mentioned, it makes my job challenging. You know, I'm only going to pick a couple out of here to take nothing away from the other young people. I want to commend you all. I think every single one of you out here has been great to work with. You know, getting to see the sportsmanship amongst competitors is a great thing too, and a great learning experience. You know, I saw during the steer show, 3 of the gals were sitting over there. They had just competed in the ring a few minutes prior to that, and you know, just making those friendships at the county fair is a big part of what they're doing here today. And then, you know, I kind of started, just kind of gazing off up there, and I saw Gunner and the bottle calf just running up over the hill, and so they were off doing some fun stuff. Apparently I was boring them in here, but you know, those are some of the things that it's nice to see that's not all been lost or they're going to miss out on this year. So they're still getting to make those memories and have fun. And so yes, we want to be competitive and work hard towards our goals, and but everybody has kind of those different objectives of where they're trying to end up. But I'll kind of quit rambling there on this section, but I'm going to pull the young lady out front, the young guy here with the short horn, and the gal with the black heifer there. Those 3 will come back in no particular order, but go ahead and congratulate all 6 of these young junior showmen. They are all doing a very, very nice job. Congratulations.
Entering the ring is our 2nd class of junior showmanship.
Now as we got our second round of juniors in here, you know, break a few more things down for them. I like to see them use the whole ring. Obviously giving yourself enough space to circle out, make a big circle, you know, kind of turn in the right direction and whatnot. And so those are some things I'm looking to make sure we're keeping good spacing, we're keeping lined up, kind of aware of if any of you guys play basketball and play defense. I think they talk about peripheral vision and kind of having one eye on your calf and one eye on the judge and one eye on you know, the other showman. And so I don't think many of us have three eyes, but you kind of have to have you kind of have that look of kind of where is your little zone or bubble that you're showing in, and just kind of be very conscious and aware. And so it's just subtle little things of the way you hold your calf's head, you know, little things about which way you spin out or how much room you have. But like I said, the biggest thing is if you can have your calf set up as you know, for the most part, have it set up the right way all the time. If you can walk your calf into its stance or in its position, you know, like if we're on this profile view, head to tail, if you will, you know, having those back two legs staggered a little bit, and just kind of maybe squaring them up a little bit when they're on the side to side in the lineup. But those are some things I'm looking for out here in terms of showmanship. And honestly, the less you can touch your calf's feet with the show stick, the better, I think. And so, you know, if you can get that calf trained at home to walk into stance, you know, then you can just kind of go right into scratching that thing and keeping it calm and keeping its head up and out. You know, those are the little things that, like I mentioned, there's a lot of work that goes into showmanship long before you even get to the county fairgrounds. So it's not something, I know this year you weren't here last night probably with your calf, but it's not something you just show up after check-in and start working on in the ring. It starts long before this. And so, you know, if you can walk your calf into stance, you know, be cool, calm, and collected and not have to touch your calf's feet too often. And I get it. I've been, you know, dragging on and talking, so these calves are tired of listening to me, and some of them are getting a little bit more stubborn. But like I said, I've been kind of watching and evaluating how they've done all day today. And so with that being said, the three young people that are out here in my far right are going to be the three we'll bring back. But go ahead and give all 6 of these young people a real big round of applause. They're all doing a very, very good job. Congratulations. Keep at it, work hard, and it'll be exciting to have you guys bring your projects down the road or next year. So keep it up.
We will now be picking from this group our junior showmanship winner.
All right, folks, out here for our final lineup of junior showmanship. Go ahead and give these 6 exhibitors a nice round of applause. Just talking through a few points with a couple of them of some things I thought they were doing a nice job of, and maybe just some little things that I'd like to see them continue to work on. And but I guess the heat to me came out of that first class, or that first division, if you will. Those 3 that are back here on my far left have been doing an excellent job all day. Obviously, they've been showing competitive cattle, but it shows that this isn't their first rodeo, and they've been doing it before. So I want to commend these 3, and I'm only going to select a champion reserve in our junior division out here, which is tough because I think it's close between these 3 out here in front of me, and it gets to be little nitpicky things as far as, if they were setting up right away, and as they walk them into place, is how that calf has been handling for them. Once again, I understand they're getting a little stubborn, and some of these calves were out here in one of these very first divisions in the breeding heifer show, and so I won't take any more time, but I think these last 3 here have done exceptional, and I think they could definitely compete with the intermediates, if not the seniors out here, and I truly sincerely mean that. I think all 3 of them have been doing super. All 6 of them are doing a nice job, but I think it's kind of a next level thing down here with these 3. So, like I said, fun, challenging job on my end. I can only select champion reserve, and I'll show you guys which way I like them. One last time, it's very close in my mind for reserve, and I want to thank the folks up here again for putting on an awesome show. It's been a blast for me. It just comes down to some little things over here. These 2 young people are doing an excellent job. Like I said, they're showing beyond their age or grade or division or whatever you want to call it. They're both doing a spectacular job. I'm going to go take another look. Please give them one more round of applause, and I'll select you a reserve junior showman.
Our champion junior beef showman is Allison Mayman. Her trophy is sponsored by Butler County 4-H. Our reserve champion junior beef showman is Dawson Barnett. His trophy is sponsored by Highview Animal Hospital. We will take some pictures and then our fair queen will end our beef show.
Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Butler County Fair. We just finished up our beef show and all the exhibitors did a fantastic job. Congrats to everyone and thank you for tuning in. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow. Sharon and I have another rabbit joke that we're going to share, so cannot miss that. Also, a big thank you for Derek. He technically difficulties today, but he did an awesome job getting it back on track. So thank you to everyone and have a good weekend.